Um, Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the third technical session of the Asia Pacific Regional NAP Expo on why adapt, using national adaptation plans to achieve the global goal on adaptation. My name is Mukwena France, so that you don't confuse my name with where I come from. France is just my surname. I come from Lesotho, and I'm the chair of the Least Developed Countries Expert Group, and I'm very pleased to be here with you for the NAP Expo. To take us through this session, let me give you a quick recap of yesterday, followed by a brief presentation to frame the discussion and later on the group interaction. But before that, let me invite you to please check in using the QR code we see on the board, and I believe we also have it on our tables. Kindly let's check in there so that we know who was in the room. So you can place the. I believe you had the chance to go over the overview presentation yesterday at the opening, and which provided the logic behind the 6 sessions of the expo. We had the session on the GGA framework targets and indicators, which provided us with the guide to where countries should be headed to and distance to those targets. Then we had the second session, framing risks, which helped us trace risks through exposure and vulnerability to impacts and systemic consequences, with specific entry points for adaptation at each stage. Having understood the risk pathways, countries are able to better design their adaptation priorities because the rationale for adaptation action are better understood. The adaptation priorities are what this session will focus on today. This brings us to the question, why adapt? The core purpose for adaptation action serves in reducing risk or improving resilience. Adaptation functions explains why adapt is in practical terms, as adaptation is not just about avoiding harm, but also unlocking opportunities. This slide presents some examples of adaptation functions, such as protecting lives, restoring ecosystems, reducing recovery costs, and so on and so forth. Many countries have formulated their NAPs, but what scale implementation is yet to take place. So this slide is a reminder to us on why NAPs need to be implemented, why they matter, and why we should adapt. And climate change impacts are accelerating. The cost of inaction far exceeds the cost of adaptation. That is, every dollar invested in adaptation yields multiple dollars in avoided damages and development co-benefits. There's also mindset shift from avoiding harms to unlocking opportunities. When framed around health, equity, food security, and jobs, adaptation becomes an investment with returns, especially for the most vulnerable. So we need to move away from viewing adaptation as a way to reduce risk only, but to also look at it as a way to unlocking opportunities. So the NAP technical guidelines provide the roadmap. Aligned with the GGA and UAE framework for global climate resilient, they support countries at any stage to move from planning to scaled up implementation and finance mobilization. Now, having looked at why we need to adapt, we need to embark on visioning successful adaptation, using the future as a baseline so that countries define where they want to be, then plan pathways to achieve that vision and not just react on current risks. The vision should also align with the GGA framework targets and national development goals. And the vision should be aspirational but realistic to help decisions and development priorities. So the updated NAP technical guidelines have explicit guidance on vision-based planning as a starting point for adaptation strategy. So most often, we look at adaptation as risk management interventions. The focus must broaden from managing climate risks alone to also capturing the benefits of resilience and adaptation actions such as enhancing well-being, creating opportunities, etc., etc. Adaptation action should manage climate risk, focusing on known hazards, while also focusing on medium and to long-term interventions such as ecosystem restoration, urban greening, to drive adaptation benefits. Now, having developed a vision for successful adaptation and understanding that adaptation must reduce risks but also create opportunities, I want to zoom down on the GGA framework targets as the vision and actions should align with the targets. This is a summary of the key features of the UAE framework for global climate resilience, outlining the key aspects of the framework, the thematic and dimensional targets. I will not go into details as you already had an elaborate session on the targets and indicators yesterday, but I would like to move to how we work towards achieving those targets. Now, each of the 7 thematic targets of the GGA framework is broken into components and subsystems that present typical area of action. And those components provide entry points for assessment, exploration of adaptation options, and measurements of progress. So the system-based decomposition enables aggregation of actions at the national level towards achieving the GGA targets while also taking into consideration cross-cutting sectors and nexus. So the slide shows an example of the broken down of components of the GGA thematic target on water and sanitation. And this component sub-targets can be achieved as areas that can be assessed separately or as part of a higher level of aggregation in the context of national planning and development. So this is an example of, next slide. This is an example of breaking down the GGA framework target into components and then identifying adaptation priorities, addressing each of the components in order to ensure that all the elements of the targets are met. This is what the interactive exercise will be based on. So, but before we get to the interactive session, let me hand over to Tinley, who will facilitate the panel session. I thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. And thank you, Chair. I thought you were sitting here with me, but it's okay. So before we start the interactive session, I wanted to introduce that we have a panel of speakers, and they will help provide us with some input that will help the participants better understand how the adaptation priorities match up to the different components of the targets. And ensure that all the elements would be addressed. We actually had 4 speakers in the panel, but one of them had a little accident this morning, so he's not able to join us. May I invite up here Julie Teng from UNDP. Just made it. Cindy Johanna from Wairasa Indigenous Community, Indonesia. And is it Janik or Yannick Topper from FAO? So the UNEP representative is not able to join us. All right, so thank you. We have questions for each of the speakers, so this is to help the participants better understand the components of the target. So for Julie from UNDP, your question was, UNDP provides support to many countries towards implementing adaptation actions that contribute towards implementing NAPs and meeting several of the GGA framework targets. The question is, what are some examples of adaptation actions that countries are implementing or can implement towards attaining the GGA targets on water, poverty and livelihoods, and other cross-cutting targets? You have about 3 to 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. Sorry for my very last-minute entrance, but I was at the NDC partnership meeting, the other kind of parallel track to the NAP. First off, I wanted to say that countries have been implementing adaptation projects for 20 years. So the NAP have not been the starting points of all this action, and a lot of the work that we have been doing is really has informed the NAP, and hopefully will also move from being pilots to being large-scale implementation projects. And now with the GGA, we really have this direction that countries can take to align with the NAPs and to also have a strong adaptation pipeline. The second point I wanted to make, and I'm glad that I'm the first speaker, is the fact that a lot of the targets are actually cross-cutting, that there are lots of projects that are really addressing water as well as livelihoods, as well as agriculture, as well as health. And last year when I was working with the leg in the NAP progress report, it was really difficult to actually find specific projects that were only targeting poverty, livelihoods, and social protection. So the example that I will provide, they will show a little bit how this integrated approach has been taken by UNDP in some of our projects in Asia. So we, as Sinlay mentioned, we have a large portfolio of about $2 billion, and I'll provide 2 examples. One targeting more target 9A on water security, and one looking more at target 9F on poverty, social protection, and livelihoods. But as I mentioned, you'll see that they are addressing several targets at the same time. So one example I wanted to provide was on Bangladesh. We have a GCF-NAP project, which is looking at vulnerable coastal communities. And the way that we designed this project was really to look at an integrated package of livelihood diversification, water security, and capacity building. And the central focus has been to provide extended access to climate-resilient drinking water. So there was a lot of investment more on like the infrastructure to have rainwater harvesting systems and also filtration system. There's also a mitigation aspect because we worked with solar panels. All those systems are powered by solar panels. There's also a very strong gender component because we have focused on strengthening women's groups for them to manage these watersheds. And in the past few years, this initiative has reached 1 million people in coastal districts of Bangladesh. Another example I wanted to share was, as I mentioned, it's more around livelihoods, but it also addresses several different aspects. Is in Cambodia, where we have a project around the Tonle Sap Basin, and it really looking at biodiversity, water, agriculture, food, poverty, and culture. So the focus in the first place was looking at environmental degradation in the Tonle Sap Basin. And from the starting point of protecting ecosystems and biodiversity, we're also looking at how to strengthen livelihoods for population. So in this case, it's really promoting nature-based solutions as a better way of managing the basin. But at the same time, we're working with the smallholder farmers around this basin by training them on climate-smart agriculture practices so that they can be more resilient to water-stressed conditions. And we're also supporting them in developing commodity value chains and improve market linkages so that they can improve their livelihoods. We're also supporting community-based enterprises and access to innovative finance for them to develop their businesses. And all of this with the promotion of nature-based solutions. And just to close, this really tells us that the best way for us to optimize our efforts and to reach the GGA is to really have this integrated approach that they are looking at multiple benefits across the different targets.
Thank you, Julie. So I think there were some good, messages there. It's very difficult to segregate the different components, but they're all interlinked. So there's always that linkages across the different targets in different sectors. And there's a cross-cutting theme over there. Next, the question now we have Yannick from the Food and Agriculture Organization, FAO. And FAO is the specialized agency of the United Nations working on food security. So the question is, what are some examples of adaptation actions that countries can implement towards attaining the GGA framework target on climate-resilient food and agriculture production and supply and distribution of food, as well as increasing sustainable and regenerative production and equitable access to adequate food and nutrition for all? So it's a mouthful. There's a lot of subcomponents in this as well. So Yannick.
Exactly, yeah, and thanks, Tinley. And yeah, you read out the target there. Julie referred to targets 9A and 9F, and then the food and agriculture one is obviously 9B that we just heard of. And you might recall Carlos went into a little bit of detail on that one yesterday as well, looking at the detail of these subcomponents. So the ones, just to repeat, in there include food and agricultural production, food supply, the climate-resilient distribution of food, the regenerative and sustainable character of production, and as well adequate food and access to food and nutrition for all. So in that count, it's 5 subcomponents, but it is possible to sort of think about them in other variations or aggregations, right? So one way we tend to think about this at FAO is that these subcomponents correspond very much to the pre-production and production stages in a food value chain, the post-production stages, so that is supply and distribution, and then the consumption side, right? Equitable access to food and nutrition. And so in terms of examples, Tinley, that you asked for climate adaptation options along these steps or mapping towards these subcomponents. Yesterday we heard a lot about, of course, the context specificity of adaptation options, right? So I try to think of adaptation options for these stages in relation, for example, to the specific hazards that we were discussing in that exercise yesterday. So there was a group on food and agricultural production, and the specific hazards we discussed included heat waves or prolonged heat exposure, then flooding, and as well as drought. And so these are, of course, typical hazards in the region, and there are adaptation options that countries have identified and are taking in response. And so as an example, for that heat waves hazard, it of course depends, as discussed yesterday, on the specific exposure and vulnerability components, but something that we see, for example, in the livestock sector, which is one of the systems exposed, identified in yesterday's example as well. One of the promising technologies that we see, for example, supported and promoted in Thailand include cooling for livestock shelters and barns. And I single out this example because it speaks to the regenerative character in the target as well. In the Thai context, we see increased adoption of, for example, biodigesters and bioenergy that powers these cooling facilities, basically fans in these livestock barns. So that's an interesting example. Another system, of course, of relevance in the region exposed to heat impacts, in particular moderate extremes, so things like nighttime temperatures, is of course rice production and the declining yields in response to this hazard. Some of the adaptation practices of relevance to rice include, of course, agricultural climate services, so things like early warning systems and tailored agronomic advisory, as well as improved use of inputs and agronomic practices, so things like site-specific nutrient management, adjustments in cropping calendars, use of different varieties. These are all practices that we see adopted at large scale in the region. One example of an initiative supporting this is the Sustainable Rice Landscapes Initiative that FAO alongside partners is supporting in 12 countries. We see adoption of improved practices across 2.7 million hectares in 12 countries in the region. And then the last hazard, quickly to mention, flooding was discussed yesterday, and that relates in yesterday's group. For example, we discussed post-production stages, so the supply and distribution, right? Climate-proofing infrastructure, so things like transport, storage, and processing facilities. There are examples from low-lying areas, for example, in Bangladesh and Vietnam, where we see interesting infrastructure reinforcements. Drought, just to mention the actual last one here. Consumption, so drought effects affecting consumption and nutrition, basically follow-on impacts, systemic consequences of reduced yields. One example to highlight here is the use of adaptive or shock-responsive social protection to prevent the impacts to cascade into detrimental nutrition outcomes. So programs to single out here, for example, include conditional cash transfer programs that we see in the Philippines, the 4Ps program. There's a recent example of a similar program in Lao PDR, the Helping Hand program, that's now being coupled to risk finance enabled social safety nets, so drought insurance that would be channeled through this social protection system, and that is an initiative supported by the GCF Readiness Program. So these are some examples. For the thematic targets, speaking to the thematic targets of the Global Goal on Adaptation, just to quickly mention, of course, we also spoke about the dimensional targets yesterday, right? The steps along the cycle of risk assessment, planning, implementation, monitoring, and evaluation. And I wanted to finish on that note. Those are, of course, quite of relevance to action in the agricultural and food production sector as well. And there are support initiatives such as the SCALA program that my colleague Julie and I support. It's a joint UNDP-FAO program supporting countries with exactly these steps of NAP formulation and implementation and monitoring. Thanks.
Thank you, Yannick. So that was very useful in terms of thinking and breaking up the target. So for food, it's not just about saying food security, but it's about production, distribution, and then access, and then having the food. So there's different chains in the target. So the complexity of the targets was illustrated well there. Now we'll move on to our third speaker. We have Cindy Johanna from the Wairasa Indigenous Community, Indonesia. So the question for you is, from your community, can you share some examples of adaptation actions that contribute to attaining the target on protecting and preserving cultural heritage and practices from the impacts of climate-related risks and designing climate-resilient infrastructure guided by traditional knowledge, indigenous people's knowledge, and local knowledge systems? Cindy.
Okay, thank you so much. Hello, everyone. If we talk about adaptation is not something new for my community or the community of indigenous people in Indonesia. So one example of how we protect and preserve our cultural heritage is through rituals and knowledge system that connected with the environment. For the first, I would like to be clear that the story I share is about the my neighbor community because it is really related and also affecting my community because like in Sumba, our community are all deeply connected. So the indigenous territories or the wilayah adat is not in isolated territories. So like if I want to first share about the community is like the Umbu Kabal community has the wilayah adat or the indigenous territories covers around like 8,635 hectare, and then inside there is the indigenous forest Liangu Marapu. So what I want to talk about is the rituals called Purung Taliang Marapu. It's definitely translated to going to the cave, to the sacred cave. So what the people doing is they do the rituals and then to see what would happen in their harvest. So like they will see if their harvest is going to be good or going to be bad. So other than so they will go to this cave and then they will see the water inside the cave to know like, oh, the rainfall will be bad or the harvesting will be bad. So if or it will be good. So if it will be bad, they will discuss together as an community to see what they can do to mitigate the things that going to happen. So for example, before like the woman, because like because the community see, the elders see that, oh, the harvest will be is bad, and the ancestors and the environment actually mad at us and angry with us because we using too much fertilizer and anything. So the women they do during the rituals, they decide together that they will not use the fertilizer anymore. So they will make bokashi, and also for the youth because they see if it is continue because of the bad sign that our community will not have food. So what they do is as a youth, they try to adapt with like they using because they see like the rainfall will be a little rain. So they say like we need to use a technology. So the youth actually using the water dripping irrigation. They adapt to that because like so their community can still eat. And other than that, in that community, many of their territories is part of the national park. So it is really challenging for them to do the ritual because of they cannot really access the place where they do rituals, and also they really cannot build their traditional home anymore. It is hard for them. They need to buy the woods and anything, when in fact, if you want to do the rituals, you need to go to the traditional home because you need to put all the things you need for the rituals in that traditional home. And that's also not only affect the community, but also affect the community around that area, because like the Umbu Pabal community, indigenous territories, are having the forests that are being needed by all the community around that. So what happened is, many community right now, they cannot practice some rituals, and they cannot also cannot also build their traditional home anymore because the lack of access to the resources that are in the that are in the indigenous forest, and also there is some rituals that are cannot be carried, like hamayang for to build a house. So before they build a house, they need to do the rituals to find the woods and anything they need. But because they cannot build their house, then they cannot do the rituals to build houses. So it's really affect their daily life. So other than that, they cannot. It's not only that, they cannot also access to the medical plants. So right now, the people in the community, they rely on the medicine, the modern medicine, when in fact they can be like for the first aid, they can get it by their forest. So like if it is like something fatal, they can go to the hospital. But if it is something they can prevent, actually they can do if they still have they can still if they can still access to their indigenous territories. Wait, okay, 1 minute. Okay, and also that's what affect not only about the rituals and everything, because it's also affect the youth, because the youth right now cannot really access to the indigenous forest. They cannot really do that. The youth, like, they don't have a choice, but right now they need to going out from their community to find life, because like before, like the people there, they're living by the indigenous forest. So because they don't have the access, the youth need to go out to find working, to find something to do so they can support their family. Yeah, that's it. And yeah, I mean, like while new challenge exists in the community, we see that the national adaptation process for 2030 that are being submitted by the Indonesia government before still does not really fully mention and also recognize the indigenous people in that document. In addition, the Indonesian NAP is still lack of specific mainstreaming of feasibility, monitoring, and also evaluation for the plans related to indigenous people concerning loss and damage, including cultural loss. These NAP regional expos are opportunities for us to engage with the national focal point to request involvement in the NAPs monitoring and also evaluation, as well as in the opportunity engage by the upcoming global stock take process on cultural. So, yes, thank you.
Thank you, Cindy. So this was the view of the example of an indigenous community. And as you'll recall, the cultural, there is a cultural target in the GGA framework as well. And there's also the call for making sure there's traditional knowledge, indigenous peoples are consulted, the communities, vulnerable groups. Yesterday also we had examples of, when we did the exercise of the risk pathways, who are the most vulnerable. It was the vulnerable, and the indigenous communities was one of the examples. We don't have UNEP here. They would have spoken on ecosystem-based adaptation, nature-based, and I think there was a transition actually that would have led into that, but we don't have that here today. But you can see the example, each target is quite rich in terms of the subcomponents that are there. There's also the cross-cutting issues starting from the Julie mentioned in terms of the different water, agriculture, health, wherever there, you can always find some interlinkages, cross-cutting issues, roles of communities, nature, culture. There's the interface in there, and from the food, the whole value chain system. This also relates to the food producers, distributors, private sector. So everybody's, there's a lot of connections you can draw. But there are subcomponents that are important to be looked at. So having heard these best practices and examples on how we can look towards attaining the GGA targets and how you apply in the NAPs, we will now move to the group work. I think the idea is that we have 7 targets, the thematic targets, and they have been broken down into components. The task is to identify adaptation priorities for each of those components. So we will break up the groups by targets. I think the secretariat team will help us identify locations. So let's just say target 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 towards this corner. So depending on which target you're interested, we'll ask you to self-segregate. Maybe that's based on your interest. And in each group, we ask you to identify a moderator and a rapporteur who will report back. And the experts will also float around and help assist with the discussions if you need that as well. And we will ask you to report back and do a short presentation. We don't have too much time, so 30 minutes max, I think, for the group discussion, and we will come and report back. I hope that's clear. So we will break up in 7 groups, starting from my left to 7 this way. So let's self-identify. And we will have flip charts for you to work with. So maybe the flip charts will help anchor where you should move towards. Okay, in case you're lost, finding your targets. Over here to the left is poverty reduction and livelihoods, number 1. Then we have infrastructure and human settlements over here, second. Water and sanitation is right over here where I'm waving my hands. Water and sanitation is over here. Next is ecosystem and biodiversity. This side, ecosystem biodiversity. If we have too many people in one, maybe we need to move. So then health systems and services is over here, near the podium. Nobody's coming here. We'll split that group. Health systems and services is over here. Food and nutrition security, and then cultural heritage is here. The nature. Yeah, so maybe we can split. There's health is only one person. If you're not decided, there's health systems over here. And if you can't find seats, please come here. There's seats over here. And food systems as well. There's free food here. Sit here, sit here, sit here. There's no more seats there.
Can we have more people join the health group?
Yeah.
Otherwise, we might have to request some of the big tables to join the health group.
You can join health. Yeah. Excellent. There's seats in food and health.
Food and health this one?
Yeah. Oh, no. Health is here. Food and agriculture, let's say, behind the... Is everybody want
So
to do ecosystems biodiversity? Pardon? Okay. If there's no seat, we would ask you to, I think, break up because you will not be able to have a discussion. It's then you can't share ideas and... Usually if there's more than 7 people, then...
For each insan.
I'm from Australia, but I've been in Korea. You were there, sure.
I understand. Just I met you before. Yes. 10 minutes. It looks like groups are having good discussions, but 10 minutes. 5 minutes. Okay, are we ready? Okay, ecosystem's ready, I hear. All right, let's start reporting back. All right, sorry to stop everybody. I think you're having too much fun. Not too much fun, you're having fun. Sorry to disturb that. You can never have too much fun. All right, so we're running out of time, so shall we resume? We can continue at the coffee break if you wish. Because we also have the next session, which is about finance and money, so I think we need to give enough time for that. Are we ready, everybody? Ecosystems ready, yay. Yay, okay, that's ready, everybody's ready, right? Okay. So let's do a quick recap, group by group. So I hope you understood the exercise. It was to appreciate and unravel the targets, that it's complex, there's many components, subcomponents to it. So, and then when you address and go back, make sure you convey that to your teams, country. We will start now the report back table from my left, that first corner, and go this way. So we have a rapporteur or somebody presenting from each group. Can we, from this side, we will start, right? So from poverty reduction. And whoever's presenting, please make sure, we have online participants, so you speak on a microphone and to one of the cameras, either this camera at the podium or the one in the back.
Hello. I will report what we discussed in the group that talk about the poverty reduction and livelihood. So in our group, we have a member of many countries, and we discuss like using some example on the ongoing issue in the countries. On the component of the target, the first one on reduce adverse effects of climate change on poverty eradication and livelihood. So on the poverty reduction is linked to other targets as well, whether it's food security, human settlement, health, water, and sanitation. So in the most important thing, we have to have at least the disaggregation, aggregated data that look into the specific populations that have been impacted or in the poverty status. So this can link to the national baseline assessment in the countries that already have the data on information about the incomes of each region or even at the provincial level. And in many countries, the people in the poverty status is working or in the rural area or in the agriculture. So it's really important to look into the food security and the security of the land tenure. We also talk about the livelihood diversification and also the importance of the economic empowerment and the adaptation for new change and new technologies for the workforce and the skills and the labor. On the use of adaptive social protection measures for all, we talk about the priorities, the importance of the national insurance scheme, the compensation, or even the cash payout in the setting of the disaster issues or extreme weather events. We also talk about the dedicated housing program or even the weatherproof infrastructure that link to the infrastructure's target as well. And that's all from our group. Thank you.
So thank you for the first group on poverty reduction and livelihoods. Let's move on to the next one, infrastructure and human settlements.
Okay, so when we talk about the
infrastructure and the human settlement, we often, most of the time, we see how the communities have been displaced, and what we, when we trying to work on the framework, because it's a very in generic in terms of, but we see a country-wise, we have to be very focused and narrow in terms of, but we gather the impact, how to, like reduce the impact on the climate displacement, along with the access and the safe, equitable health and wash, because sometimes when the communities become displaced, they don't displace in terms of only the human mobility, but also the infrastructure. And if I talk about in Pakistan, the 2.4 million women was out of a school while having the flood in Pakistan 2024. So and that particular time, the women, those who were displaced out of the school, is still out of the school. So that's how that's how we see in terms of the, and those because I've been work in the flood time, I have seen that women were not getting the hospital like facilities. They have to because most of the time the women, those in Pakistan, were the pregnant who have to birth a child on slums or maybe the street. So the equitable the facilities of the not in terms only in the structure, but infrastructure, but also the facilities of health and wash. Along with we come up with the solutions that we recently have seen in the communities, like the housing in Pakistan, because most of the time I gathered the information regarding my country, so I'm talking in that context. So in Pakistan recently we have adapted the model of the climate resilient the housing schemes. It comes with the safe housing roads along with the electricity and the water sanitization facilities, the community owned hospital system, along with in Pakistan, ever first time what they did, because in Pakistan we have seen, or in Asia we have seen the men have the dominancy in this time, particularly the government have given 2 million houses to the women, like they are the owners of now, that particular house. So that is the biggest shift that we have seen. I think I covered most of the thing, but you can go.
Maybe just to add a little bit more, when we were discussing housing and infrastructure and human settlements, we see that this is also linked with the rest. Like you cannot build climate resilient infrastructure and human settlements without acknowledging the importance of nature-based solutions as you improve current designs and build new settlements or improve existing settlements. And that part of the work can be that's being prioritized now are also on planning. And when you talk about planning, you plan settlements not away from the food systems, not away from poverty reduction, but ensuring that all the other GAA targets are also included as you design new settlements, along with understanding, since this is really more of the built infrastructure, the investments that goes with it, and how these investments can be made affordable for not only a certain group of people, but the most vulnerable, including the informal settlements. Part of, in terms of minimizing the impacts, we were talking about improved policies, building designs, considering uncertainties and considering the losses and damage in that context, so that that can be holistically looked at, because we're looking at the continuum of spaces and the continuum of policies to ensure infrastructure and human settlements will indeed be resilient to climate impacts. Yeah, I think that's it. Julie, you want to add?
Okay, thank you to the Infrastructure Human Settlements Group. Okay, let's move along quickly to water and sanitation.
So good afternoon, everybody. My name is Dviti and I'm from India, and I'm going to represent climate resilience, water and sanitation security for all. So our first component of the target is reduction in climate-induced water scarcity. So there are many countries where there are no proper water security systems. So what the NAP priority can be, first is artificial glaciers on ice stupas can be installed. So there is one example in Pakistan, the ice stupas are under the development. Then next is the high-tech desalination project. So during the floods, high-tech desalination project can be installed. So the example of this is Bangladesh. So the high-tech desalination project is under development in Bangladesh. Third is rainwater harvesting system in every city, which can help the poor community to have access to clean water. Then next is trenches as a recharge point, and aquifers can be installed. Next is construction of mega water dams. Next is the enhanced climate resilience to water-related hazards. So check dams can be constructed, mega dams can be constructed, early warning signs can be constructed. We can train the local communities about how to make themselves safe during the water crisis. Nature-based solution can be adopted, like more and more tree plantation. Next is water resilient supply for all. So in India, we are currently developing a omni processor plant which converts the STP water into drinkable water. So it is under development. Next is STPs can be set up in small villages, so they can, where in India particularly there are many villages where they don't have a proper drainage system. So STPs can be installed which can help in proper drainage system, and they can have access to clean water. Then water heating system or insulation system can be induced in cold areas where water gets clogged and communities don't have access to water. So this is a basic problem in northern part of India and in the northeastern part of India. Then there is one technology in Pakistan called glacial lake outburst flood. Then next is climate resilient sanitation for all. So again, there is omni processor plant in India which converts wastewater into the drinkable water. So that's how we can recycle the water and we can save more and more fresh water. Then next is nature-based solution, constructing a wetland. Next is access to safe potable water for all. So first option is rainwater harvesting system at the household level. Then we can educate communities, kids and local communities, vulnerable communities, not to pollute water. So basically in India, if I tell, there are many communities which pollutes the river by worshipping and everything. So we can educate them that not to pollute the water. Then next is the checking water quality. So we can do a frequent qualitative analysis of water once it has been treated before it is accessible to all the communities to protect diseases. And next is protecting groundwater. So there should be a proper leachate treatment system. So the leachate from landfill pollutes the groundwater. So there should be a proper leachate treatment system. Next is affordable potable water for all. So there should be subsidizing funds from government for local communities. There should be affordable tariffs, and communities should try to minimize leakages, and there should be a water management committee at village level. So thank you.
Thank you. Water and sanitation. I'm told we're running out of time, so I'll request the rest of the group's presenters to be brief. Let's move to ecosystems and biodiversity.
Okay, thank you very much. First of all, I would like to say that it's a big honor to speak on behalf of the group that discuss ecosystem and biodiversity questions. And our group was very various. We have engineers, anthropologists, soil scientists, and we have young members, so thank you very much. We have elders, 62 years. So, and regarding the country representative, we had Philippines, Maldives, Russian Federation, Indonesia, and Bangladesh. And now to the question. So, for the first question, we have 4 points that are, so the step number 1 to reduce climate impacts is to understand where we are, what is the current conditions. It means that we need studies for entire ecosystems. And we agreed that different ecosystems in different countries should have different priorities in their NAPs. So the second is 4 or 2 level system for protected territories with different obligations and rights for using. We also agreed on the topic, on the idea that we should save and plant forests because it's a key for the future. Also important for the first question is to improve management in the area for reducing disaster and use best available practices, innovation and technologies. For the second question. For the second question, it's also important to have 4 or 2 level system for protected territories. We should have inclusive policies that take into account IPs and indigenous peoples and local communities. And also for the last but not the least question, how we can accelerate use of ecosystem-based adaptation. First of all, we should improve educational system and include these ideas, as was said from previous group, because improvement in educational process is sensitive for the great future, as said our young participants. Also, we have a lot of ideas about the carbon market, and here we have 2 ideas. First of all, that we should have right now working carbon market for forest and nature-based project, because we have a lot of policy, we have a lot of regulation, we have a lot of standards, but not in all countries it works. And also regarding the carbon market, the idea was that we definitely should use right-based approach, which means that indigenous corporation where representative of indigenous peoples or local communities can not only work, but also have the managerial position. So it means that they have control for up and downstream process. Thank you very much. And thank you to my group.
Thank you to the Ecosystem Biodiversity Group, very diverse group yourself. Let's move quickly to health systems. I think this was the smallest group, but I saw them having good discussions as well.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, once again. Ruben Kipo is my name, from PNG. Okay, I'll be representing my small group here. We have Philippines, Nepal, and Australia. So we have been discussing the thematic area on the health system and services. So see the importance of the nexus between the health and climate impacts, resilient against climate change. So as per our NAP priorities, we have selected in terms of our commonalities, given the country specific, we indicated, or we came up with that idea that we want to see, discuss the commonalities like the issues that is leading to the health impacts. So the priority that we identified is number 1 is like climate-induced migration, which leads to people's displacement and causing mental health issues. People are not settling well in the host communities. That's 1. 2, malaria and vector-borne disease triggered by climate change. Like in my place, PNG, we have a big landmass. So we have a coastal and we have an island, mountain side. So in terms of climate change, because of the heat waves, the mosquitoes are migrating up. So that's one of the example. Okay, number three, food security. High precipitation and heat waves affects the productions of food crops. And the last one is flooding and landslips, which the very important issue is to it's disable or the accessibility of the services. People want to access health services. So because of flooding and landslips, it causes endurance. Okay, going down to the second question, climate resilient health services. We see that it is very important. So in terms of mainstreaming and integrating climate change adaptation into existing plans and policies, that's where holistic approach comes in. And also looking to recognizing the traditional actions or practices, make alignment with the climate science, which is very important. So health is sort of a cross-cutting issue in all thematic areas, or all sectors, economic sectors. And also looking at improving the resilient storage systems. So going down to the last question, reducing climate-related mortality and mortality. It's very important. We said it's very important to improve surveillance system and also vector control programs to reduce malaria and dengue and outbreaks and so forth. So and then another important initiative is to enhance and strengthen early warning systems in our affected or vulnerable communities, and also establish MNEs. So those are some interventions that we need to take. So I think that's all, and thank you so much.
Thank you to the health and health service systems and services. Let's move on to food and nutrition. Make sure you can see one of the cameras.
Okay, I'll try standing here. So, yeah, we went over the 5 components of the food and agriculture target discussed earlier, and found a few more examples of potential priorities, in particular from countries represented in the group, including Papua New Guinea, Romania, Kyrgyzstan, and Timor-Leste. And so maybe just to reflect back on a few of these examples of potential priorities. So for the first component, climate resilient production, many of these practices and technologies discussed earlier did apply, are found to be of relevance, including the use of locally adapted and drought-resistant seeds and their promotion through, for example, community seed banks, as well as early warning systems and advisory services channeled through extension services in the countries, as well as use of further technology and machinery in production. One of the subcomponents of the target is also around sustainable and regenerative character of production, right? So some sustainability practices, including agroecological and organic farming, improved use of practices such as site-specific nutrient management, in particular in smallholder farms, were discussed. Maybe to briefly go to some of the other components, food supply and distribution, for example, in the context of small island countries and or basically specifically in PNG and Timor-Leste, for example, upgrading of storage infrastructure for produce to improve resistance against sea level rise and cyclones were priorities, as well as the climate proofing of transportation infrastructure. And just to finish, on the last component on equitable access to nutrition and food for all, elements discussed earlier, such as social protection and food aid programs, as well as, for example, school meal programs were found to be priorities in these contexts as well.
Thank you. Thank you for that succinct summary. Last, not least, cultural heritage.
Thank you very much. Am I visible from the last corner? Okay, thank you. So we are the last group. So that is cultural heritage. So for the first questions, the questions is protecting cultural heritage from the impacts of climate-related risks by preserving cultural practices. So in terms of this, our group proposed that, first of all, mapping the practices for assessment of status and then set priorities to protect. So first one is we have to map out how many practices are in danger and what is the status of them. Then we will set the priorities. The next one is based on the findings, we will be documenting the rituals and practices. So after the documentations, then we will be doing the activities of transmission and disseminations of those knowledge to the next generations, because it will be alive with the transmissions and disseminations to the next generations. So this is all from my from the first questions. Do you have anything about the tangible and intangible, something you want to?
Of course, also we see that if we talk about the cultural practices, we also need the tangible things like buildings, like what I'm sharing before, like because like if we don't have that, then these cultural practices actually cannot really be done. So it is also important to be. That's why we put in these NAP priorities for the cultural practices. So we also need to really make sure that the tangible one, like the buildings, the infrastructure one also can be done.
Thank you, Cindy. For the second questions, protecting cultural heritage from the impacts of climate-related risk by preserving heritage sites. So, so from our group, what the points we pointed out that, first of all, conduct community-led participatory research on heritage sites. It should be community-led and participatory, and then work on the findings and develop risk-preventing programs led by the community also. So that's all from for the second question, and for the third questions, protecting cultural heritage from the impacts of climate-related risk by designing climate resilience infrastructure. So in terms of this, we propose that designing culturally sensitive and inclusive infrastructure project. You know, in terms of the indigenous community peoples, when the government implement any infrastructure development projects into the indigenous inhabited regions, they don't care about the culture of the indigenous peoples. They don't care about the sacred sites of the indigenous peoples that they actually preserve in their community. So they need to be follow the pre-prior informed consent. That is very much important for adopting or implementing the UN RIB also, United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. And the second thing is conduct community-led monitoring and take measures to protect the sacred sites and heritage. So that's all from our sides. Thank you.
Thank you to the Cultural Heritage Group. So thank you to all the groups and the representatives who presented on the unpacking the different components of the target. So the key exercise, as you appreciate, I think, is how complex these targets are. It's quite dense. And if you're wondering why it reads like that, this was negotiated outcome. It was adopted at COP28 in 2023. And this was the, can I have your attention? Are we all in the same room? This is the water group? No. Yeah. Is the water group present in the room? Okay. Okay, so we're going to conclude this session. So the key message is that the targets are quite complex. There's a lot of subcomponents. This is important. Yesterday there was a question, why was it not straightforward this way? So you can imagine there's 190 countries. There's politically different, socioeconomically different, biodiversity ecosystems are different, physically, geographically different context. There was a message yesterday saying that local context matters. I think if you read the preface of the indicator decision also says national circumstance context is important. So this the complexity actually accommodates for all that, and also there was a 2-year technical process of expert inputs as well into the targets that read into it. Ultimately, it was a politically negotiated target, but it tries to capture all that. It was a delicate balance to ensure that it's comprehensive. Like the food one, it's not just about saying food production. If you look at the convention, it just says ensuring food production. But food security is more than that. It's a production, distribution, and access. So you can produce and distribute, but if people don't have access, you don't have security, right? So, example. So it tries to be comprehensive. And when they started, it says, what is the objective? It was to be lives, livelihoods, and well-being of people. Why are we doing this anyway? It's not just for the sake of the climate, but it's for the lives, livelihood of all people. Food, water, shelter is key essentials that you need for survival and ensuring poverty reduction, livelihoods. And ecosystems, culture, what is the other component, the other target, are essentials of well-being, and that's what makes us as human society. Those are critical things to be. So it sort of groups that way. It didn't really come out in a neat package because it was negotiated. But the key message is NAPs are the way for countries. Your other NAPs and other adaptation plans are key to ensuring your resilience, your adaptation priorities. So when you look at it, ensure the targets are looked at fully in a comprehensive manner. Appreciate that there's complexities and components. And when you go back to your countries and communities, convey that message. So if you don't just say health, food, it's a lot more complex. Make sure you look at all the components. So that's a key takeaway in the message of this exercise. So thank you very much. We'll break for coffee and tea. And I think we are told we will resume at 4:15. Sonam, is that correct? 4:15 for the next session. And next session is on finance and implementation. So if you need to know where to look for money, please come back at 4:15.
can we sit down so that we can start? Colleagues, can we start? Ready? Okay, welcome everybody to this session on deployment, architecture, financing, and implementation of national adaptation plans. I must say I'm very impressed that the room is close to the capacity to us in the previous session. It shows that we really want to implement these adaptation plans, and we want to know how we can finance this implementation. So at the end of the previous session, I was approached by a colleague who thought I could speak French because my name is French. So I will, for the sake of those who were not here, my name is Mukwena. Surname is France. France is not where I come from. It is my surname. I have a friend here who is called Chad. He doesn't come from Chad. So I come from Lesotho. I am the chair of the leg from Lesotho. So this session is within Module 6 of the updated NAP technical guidelines, which focuses on moving from planning to implementation with a strong emphasis on financing. So Module C is where strategic priorities are translated into concrete, funded, and actionable programs. It guides countries through mapping adaptation actions into project ideas, integrating this into national programming, and developing a whole NAP 5-year implementation program that targets a diverse range of financing windows. It also addresses the operational dimensions of implementation, including managing the implementation of projects and programs, as well as strengthening monitoring systems and adaptation interventions to track progress and identify when implementation pathways needs to be adjusted in response to evolving climate risks. So many countries have made significant progress in identifying adaptation priorities. We engaged in an interactive setting in the session before this one to develop clear unstructured adaptation priorities. However, a common challenge remains, and which is how to translate these priorities into bankable projects, programmatic approaches, and ultimately financed implementation at scale. So the shift we are focusing on today is this: from plans and priorities to an adaptation portfolio for financing and implementation. And importantly, how to connect the right financing partners to make this happen. That is what today's session will cover, and have designed it to be highly interactive. And we aim to explore real financing pathways, connect directly with the support providers, and identify concrete opportunities and next steps. So at this point, I want to invite and hand over to Mr. Thinley Namigel to facilitate this session. Mr. Thinley, you are invited. Thank you.
Hello again. So the rest of the session is going to be a lot more interactive, because I'm sure people are a little tired by this stage late in the afternoon. So we will first start with Mentimeter. I think some of you may know this, if not all. So there will be some questions that we will answer in an interactive manner. So scan the QR code. It should take you to Mentimeter, and there's some questions. So we'll go one by one. So the first question is, how can NAPs be financed for implementation? So you can, I think there's several entries you can make. Is that the registration? That's not the Mentimeter, sorry. Anyway, register anyway. Sorry to fool you there. They need to know who showed up. So you can already see the word cloud appearing. How can NAPs be financed for implementation? All right, we are halfway there. All right, I think we're almost there. Is anyone still trying to enter a response? All right, I'm seeing a few phrases coming up, staying prominently up there. So I think in terms of, I'm not seeing too much changes. So from the beginning, I saw national budget. That's quite interesting. So you're going to pay for your own adaptation through your national sources. And then blended finance started appearing a little more showing that we have to have different sources of financing coming in from different, including private and other sources. And then green climate funds started popping up and appearing in a little while. Then investment plans is now coming up, and effective engagement. So I think it's quite interesting to see the different approaches. And there's a whole bunch of other ones. I really can't read. My eyes are not that great anymore. But I'm sure if you look in further, there would be some interesting other sources as well. All right, so the next question. What is most needed for NAPs to transition to implementation? So we have been talking about planning and formulation since 2010, I think. I think this is quicker, right? It's multiple choice. So what is most needed for NAPs to transition to implementation? The first one was detailed costing of NAP priorities. The second option was development of clear project program pipelines. Then third was stronger coordination across ministries, capacity of national implementing entities, engagement of non-state actors, and the last option was access to technical support for project program preparation. Have you got all respondents? I think it looks like it's stabilized, right? Wait, can we go back? Did we? All right. So anyway, you can see that. I think development of clear project program pipeline seems to be the number one suggestion. Then the next is capacity for national implementing entities. Then we follow with 2, engagement of non-state actors and detailed costing. Then is access to technical support for project preparation and stronger coordination. All these are important, but you can see, at least in this room, what seems to be what most needed is we need investable proposals, I guess, coming forward. Let's move on to the third question. Which type of support would most accelerate NAT implementation in your country? Again, multiple choice. Which type of support would accelerate NAP implementation? All right, I think this question also seems to have stabilized. All right, so I'm seeing number one as integration of NAPs into national budgets and planning. And I think this is how it's evolved. As earlier it was, we would say, is a standalone or not, and then now I think there's a greater appreciation. So this is the second objective of the NAP process. You have to have it integrated into your national development plan. So this is coming out as number one. So it has to be mainstreamed and integrated into your national plans, budgets. Second highest is direct access to climate finance, of course. So this session is about how do we access finance. You can integrate it, but if you don't have the money, you won't be able to implement action. So that's coming out clear. Next is support for engaging non-state actors is key. That you're supposed to engage everybody. It's not just government, but also other stakeholders in your country as well. And then the next is programmatic approach, project preparation support, and technical support. So key seems to be mainstreaming is coming out as approaches, at least from this set of questions in this room. Let's move on to the last one. It's another word cloud. Which financing source do you consider most accessible for your country currently? All right, I think it seems to be stabilizing now. All right, so I think keep continuing to add this. The results will be collated later. But again, national budget seems to be most accessible, at least in your country currently. Whether that the financing comes through your own domestic resources, through the national budget, or you're channeling other sources, we don't know. But at least through the national budget, it seems to be most accessible. Bilateral funding is also seen as one of the most accessible. Then we have the climate funds, GCF, but I also see Green Climate Fund being spelled out somewhere, so I don't know if it's being lost in different definitions. So the GEF is there, Adaptation Fund is there, development partners, whether that's multilateral, bilateral, I'm not sure. But we're seeing the different sources, but key again, channeling money through the national budget seems to be, I think, the most easy way to access financing. So this exercise was mainly to see in terms of the different ideas that are here in the room, in terms of how we might get financing for implementing NAPs. So the next part of this exercise, we're going to have an introduction of how you might be able to get support from access financing from the different financing entities. So for this, we have 3 panelists from the Green Climate Fund, Global Green Growth Institute, and then the Asian Development Bank. May I invite them up to the podium? Okay, thank you. So let me introduce, we have 3 panelists here, so I will go one by one, and we have questions for them on how they will share and highlight areas of support that they will provide. So first we have Achala Abisinghe from the Green Climate Fund, and the question for her was, how are GCF country platforms being established, and how are they supporting NAP implementation, particularly in scaling funding and ensuring a programmatic approach to adaptation? Achala?
Thank you, Tinley. Nice to be among friends. Good afternoon to all of you. First of all, thank you to the UNFCCC for inviting us to be here. Also, thank you to the LEG chair for his leadership and guidance, and the leadership and guidance of the LEG, Least Developed Countries Expert Group, in giving NAP guidance. Thanks, Tinley. I understand I have 3 minutes or 3 to 5 minutes to make an intervention. Just a few things to say at the beginning. It was nice to see the Green Climate Fund appearing in the word cloud that you all responded to in terms of the questions. But what struck in my mind the most was, one was to say that in terms of accessible finance, that there is the Green Climate Fund. So it's good to see the awareness about the GCF's funding availability. And the second thing is the last question, where you all responded in terms of how the national adaptation plans can be funded. There was this there were different kinds of options. The national budgets, various bilateral and multilateral partners, GEF, European Union, carbon markets, etc. And amongst that was also the GCF. Was good to see how the GCF comes to the picture. You asked me to talk about the country platforms, Tinley particularly, but let me also start by saying the NAP, this whole journey that the National Adaptation Planning process has gone through, or the countries have gone through, the GCF has been there throughout to really support the countries with finance in terms of planning and preparing the national adaptation plans. 62 out of 75 submitted national adaptation plans submitted to the UNFCCC, funded by the GCF, and we have actually approved 144 national adaptation plans grants. And every country, every developing country is eligible up to $3 million to prepare the national adaptation plan. So we have approved 144 grants, and this is around $314 million so far to prepare the national adaptation plans in 120 countries. Now, moving from preparation of national adaptation plans to transition to implementation of national adaptation plans, the GCF has also allocated for each country another $3 million to access from the GCF to do that transition. And what does transition means? You saw the answers to question 2 and 3. One of the main answers was really thinking about beyond the project approach to think systematically in a systemic way and think more programmatically. And bring more project preparation facility, also help coordinate across the ministries as well as all other actors like civil society, and there were many other options that you chose. And this is where the GCF funding comes in through support to country platforms, establishment of country platforms. Tinley, you used the word GCF country platforms. Actually, these are not GCF country platforms. These are country platforms. Countries are in the driving seat, particularly the governments are in the driving seat, and the GCF provides financial support that's necessary to establish country platforms. So what does a country platform means? For us, the country platforms, if well established, can do 4 things. 1, to support in a more cohesive and systemic manner to translate national adaptation plans, NDCs, and long-term strategies into investable pipelines, which is an option that you mentioned in that Mentimeter exercise. The second one is to help the countries to coordinate amongst the government, various different ministries and entities, departments of the government, as well as financiers, private sector, and civil society, amongst all other actors. Third is to align the right partners and instruments to mobilize finance at scale. And fourth is to support implementation and monitoring so that the plans deliver real outcomes. So we do have requests for support from around 20 countries now to establish country platforms. And we have already provided financial support to several countries, including already established country platform of Brazil, which was a funding pot that we approved last year, and they have already established the country platform. It is called Brazil Climate and Ecological Transformation Investment Platform. They have already developed up to around $25 billion worth programmatic and project pipeline, and already brought 2 projects to GCF, which we have already approved. Caribbean has a regional platform, which is, the purpose is to link adaptation financing with debt reduction and economic resilience. So how does this link to the national adaptation plans? As we know, if well executed, national adaptation plans are not just technical documents, they are strategic. They can be strategic investment frameworks. They do talk about what is needed to be delivered in the country to build resilience. And the country platform comes in to say how it can be done in a more cohesive and coherent and strategic manner. GCF, as I mentioned, has readiness funding allocated for this purpose. Each country has up to $7 million US, 4 million for these kind of purposes of establishing country platforms and operationalizing it, and 3 million, as I mentioned before, to transition that national adaptation plans into implementation. Very happy to provide further guidance. I have 3 of other GCF colleagues are in the room, so I assume there will be more questions on this, and happy to answer those. Tinley, I'm going to hand back to you. I had a whole note prepared, but I didn't go through it. I kind of read the answers on the Mentimeter and kind of tailor-made my response. But happy to provide further information if needed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Achala, and for that brief on how I think the GCF is now transitioning to supporting countries from formulation of NAPs towards how they can move towards implementation through the country platforms that are supported by the GCF rather than the GCF country platform. And next, we have opportunity later in the World Cafe right after this for further closer interaction. Let's next move to Global Green Growth Institute. So we have Nicholas Taylor from GGGI. And the question is, what concrete support is currently available to countries from GGGI for implementing their NAPs, and how can this support be strengthened and better coordinated to enable more programmatic scaled-up action?
Thank you. Hi, colleagues. Thank you very much to the LEG for this invitation. I think this also happened in Belém. I was sat on a panel with other banks and funders. So GGGI is not a donor, and also we are an institute, but that's also a bit of a misnomer. So Global Green Growth Institute, we're not a think tank. We operate in a very similar way to a lot of the UN agencies. We deliver across the whole suite of Paris-aligned support and requirements from different countries. But I guess maybe where we're a little bit different is, and this is maybe where we get to the question, is we typically sit within your ministries of environment and or finance and or planning, and wherever you will let us sit and wherever you will give us office space. So we see this embedded model as really the kind of core of where we add value. So we are currently not accredited to the Green Climate Fund. We see that as an advantage, actually, as we're able to sort of provide what we see as non-biased advice, and to really sit and help governments pass between this galaxy of different funding options that you already saw up on the screen. Between the concessional finance options, the grants, and then also help colleagues to start thinking about what are the other sources of funding that might be useful. So this is where we kind of maybe get a little bit more like a bank, in that we have a couple of trust funds internally that we use for this purpose, for leveraging small amounts of money to really create a much bigger impact. So, for example, we have the GTF, which is a global trust fund for the design of green sustainability instruments, so different green bonds, debt for nature swaps, national financing vehicles. So this is through the government of Luxembourg, and we work globally on different tools. So, for example, we worked recently with the government of Ecuador designing a housing and resilient housing bond framework, and then helped with the structuring of that bond as well. So this is a bond that has been given an excellent rating by Fitch, and which won I don't know, I'm not super familiar with a global prize on bonds. Who knew that existed? But there is an Oscars of bonds, and so it was awarded one of those. So I think this is where, and I think Julie would say, that as UNDP and as other development partners, this is where we can come in. I would also say, I think because I think this is a very appropriately named session. It's about deployment architecture, right? So looking at how we are moving from the planning tools through to country platforms. So how are we institutionalizing our approach to adaptation finance? We were told in Belém that we can no longer really focus on NAPs. We're moving to implementation. We're moving to turning NAPs into institutions themselves. So what are the different ways in which we're doing that? So another example from GGGI's work in sub-Saharan Africa is in Uganda, for example. We're working on the establishment of a climate finance unit. So whereas that is not a adaptation-only institution, it is really generated and established to create cross-government support. So we know from experience that, and I'm sure colleagues in this room would agree, that we have too much siloing from ministries of environment, ministries of finance. So creating these cross-governmental units is really part of that. And then I think we'll be able to get to more of this discussion in the World Cafe. I think some of this discussion around programmatic approaches, so going from plans to programs, to institutions, to platforms. I think this language is something is still emerging, and I think we can still collectively define in groups such as this. Like what makes sense for you as different ministries needing to mainstream your budget. So I found it fascinating that national budgets were cited as the most accessible form of adaptation finance, given the fiscal constraints that a lot of your countries are going through at the moment. The national adaptation plans are really there, and I think too often seen as there to draw upon international sources of finance, but it's also really there to mainstream adaptation. But we know this term mainstream is also extremely vague. So I think we're really also hitching our hopes to this discussion around country platforms and programmatic approaches. As I said, from the GGGI side, our position from within your ministries as advisors is really about establishing these approaches and sort of tailoring them to your national contexts. I'll stop for the moment there. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicholas, for highlighting how GGGI is different from a usual funding agency and how it's positioned to be able to help countries. And I think it's a treaty-based organization with memberships, right? So you have a specific membership, so you may or may not be part of the organization. Then next we have the Asian Development Bank. So we have our own multilateral development bank in our region. So we have Kate Hughes from the ADB. And the question is, what concrete support is currently available to countries from ADB for implementing the NAPs, and how can the support be strengthened and better coordinated to enable more programmatic scale-up action?
Thank you very much, and thank you for the invitation to join. Maybe also referring to the Menti results, I think it was very positive that the investment plans came up. It was also then very positive in terms of the numbers of potential sources of financing, but it also struck me in terms of how confusing it must be then, right? I think we talk a lot about adaptation investment plans, and the first step is to identify the needed investments, but the next step, which takes really a lot of support and technical knowledge, is understanding which of those investments suit which type of financing source, because not all investments need the same type of finance. And so understanding the risk profiles and bankabilities of different investments, and therefore which funding sources to approach for which type of activities is a critical area. So to lead into what ADB is doing, so we have a specific program on climate adaptation investment programming, or CAPE, that's underway. So this is actually mentioned specifically in the Baku to Belém roadmap. And it's really the key focus of the initiative is how to help countries to identify bankable pipelines of adaptation projects. So taking the NAPs and looking at how to translate them into investment pipelines through a framework that was developed between ADB in consultation with countries. So it's currently being implemented in 13 countries. There's 6. And in these countries, it usually targets a specific sector or a geographical area identified with the government where there's a need for a programmatic approach to identify adaptation investments. And so 6 of those countries are at the final stage, and there's another 7 countries with work ongoing. So I can share more detail on that in the cafe. I think on the second part of the question, in terms of what's kind of needed for scale up or more programmatic action, maybe some early lessons from that CAPE process. I think the first thing is that adaptation investment planning needs to be anchored in the country's existing development planning. And I know that that was also mentioned before in terms of the development planning and the fiscal context for the country. So what are the budgeting processes, what are the development planning, and how do you put adaptation into those processes? You don't want to invent a separate adaptation investment planning process that sits offside to the national systems. I think the second is the challenge around defining an adaptation investment versus a development investment. Now, obviously, there is a huge amount of overlap, and adaptation investments have very positive development outcomes, but an adaptation investment needs to specifically respond to climate risk. And so that has been one of the learnings, I think, from that process. Even within ADB, when our project officers are developing projects and want to make them adaptation projects, the need to have a systematic approach to assessing climate risk and then designing the project to respond to that is a challenging area where support is needed. I think some of the other things have already been said, but broadening the engagement, particularly private sector, and supporting countries to understand what type of, where the private sector can come in. So for example, in the agriculture sector, there's a large amount of private sector players. So how do you then identify and articulate the investments that work with the private sector? And then I think strengthening collaboration. So you've already mentioned country platforms. There's also the one in Bangladesh, the Country Climate Development Platform that ADB has been quite heavily involved in. And that's really a process around collaborating and again, reducing this confusion in terms of the number of financiers, the number of processes, and who can do what and what type of investments. And then I think knowledge exchange as well. So this type of forum, but also under the CAPE project, ADB has a specific knowledge sharing component to make sure that those lessons can be shared and discussed. Thanks.
Thank you, Kate. Round of applause for our panelists. Thank you. I know you will have questions on how you can access financing from the different service providers, and you have questions for our panelists. We will move to a different format so that there's more opportunity for interaction. We had planned on the World Cafe, but in terms of, I think, moving around, we will explain it. But first, I think we'll break up into 3 groups. And the simplest, I think, is just use the pillars to divide yourselves. Maybe this table can join that group over there. The 2 ladies here in the front can join that group in terms of balancing the numbers. You will be given 15 to 20 minutes to develop questions that you want to ask each of agencies and the entities that you want to answer in terms of maybe how you can access financing and receive support. So as a group, develop 2 questions, maybe 3 burning questions that you want answered by the group. And we'll give you 15, 20 minutes. And after that, the panelists will come down, sit with you for a few minutes, and they'll rotate. So rather than the participants rotating to try and, I think, reduce the friction of time of people moving around, they will rotate. And then when that round is done, we'll get a summary back from our panelists to come back here and give a summary. Is that clear? So 3 groups, you use the pillars as a dividing in terms of groups, 1, 2, 3. 15 minutes, develop 2 to 3 questions that you want to ask each one of them. Starting now. So at 5:15, we will. GGA is this way. Ah, okay. So actually you move from Seoul to Songdo. Mountain bike. Okay. Yeah, when I went, it was just, there were some hotels, there was the office building, and a few restaurants, and a real estate offices. That's all I saw.
I went in 2019 when I was on board with GGA before I went to PhD. I landed at the Incheon airport and I traveled from Incheon to Seoul and I took a video sent to my husband saying I would never live in a place like this. So yeah, I messaged him saying I would never live in a place like this.
stayed there after we all left, and when this whole war started, he had, on a clear day, you can see across the strait into, so you could see the things going on. So he's moved here now. So he had a front row seat from his apartment. Yesterday we were worried, like when we did the opening, there was only like maybe less than half of the seats were full. It was quite low to begin. I think not everybody arrived and people were trying to find their way around. Getting here wasn't that easy. So the information was very sparse. They said there's welcome, there's a... So I arrived in June and said, okay, I opted to take the shuttle bus down. I registered and said, okay, confirm, but there was no email with further details. I said, email with further details, come down, nothing. So I said, all right, if I don't get it, I'm just going to buy a train ticket and come down. And all I said was, look for the welcome desk. I couldn't find a welcome desk. I went to the information, he sent me down to the bus stop in the basement, the subway level. I said, no, this can't be right. They can't be this obvious. So I went back up. There's a whole row of booths. So it's like they were hidden way back in the corner somewhere. So the welcome thing was not visible at all. Yes. So that came information much later. So I said, okay, I'll take that option. Because I didn't like the idea of transferring a different airport, flying down, or going to the city to take my phone. So let's just drive bus straight down. And that's also another train ride and another subway and train ride. So yeah, the UN was, Secretariat was arranging my travel, so they gave me the option. Here's the itinerary, if you want to do yourself, do yourself. So I'm doing it because the return one was going to India and back and was going to Bhutan. So I really did like the return journey, so I arranged myself to the options. So that's when I found that there was a bus. It's daily from Bangkok, 5 or 6 days only from Delhi here. Okay. And there's a national, another private line as well. But if I go to Delhi, it's further, and the flight's at 4 in the morning, which means you basically got the whole night. And for a 3-hour flight, the whole day is gone. Yeah. No. Yeah. And the Bangkok flight's always at night. The night flights. On the plane, right? Yes. And the flights from Bhutan, earlier they used to stop. So at least if they stop, it was like 5 hours. Get some rest, just wear an eye patches. But now it's like 3 hours. You really can't. Okay. All right. Yes. They're now trying to see if they can get more carbon mitigation projects, small countrysides in the developed. There's always the frustration, okay, we're being green, but we're being punished, we can't participate in all these things. So we get a few say, let's just start cutting things down and start polluting. It's going to be like this. Why are we doing this? Some project coming in, there was a TA thing we had to do with climate resilience or mitigation. I was there involved with that until then. And from a small, and in a small country, there's always this TA support from different ones, and then like there's this enabling activities. For a small country, we have seen 3 of these going around, 300,000, 600,000. It's like over $1.5 million to almost 2 million. We could actually just do a virtual project for a basin or something.
Might not have time for 3 questions.
Yeah.
One, which would be hard for them.
All right.
How are you?
Hi, good. How are you?
How are the groups going? Just looking at the time, we may not have enough time for too many questions, so maybe prioritize one question for each. We'll go up to 5 minutes. I'm just kidding. Actually, they may have questions for you, actually. It's a 12, yeah. I per section, I think, per group. Yes, after that. So it's almost, yes. So I think they said 12, but maybe 10. Now I think we need to speed up. Yeah. Are we ready? Yeah, this group is ready. What about this group? You're ready? Okay, excellent. Sonam, your group? Are they ready? All right, so let's begin. So the panelists will come down to your section, and I think they'll spend 10 minutes, so be efficient. Kate, you have to take your ID. Go straight down wherever you're facing, and we'll rotate. 5 minutes per section, so be really quick. This is speed dating now, not World Cafe. camera can go. All right, 1 minute.
I'll send you an email and maybe you might want to just them your experiments. Thank you. It was very nice to meet you. Did I take it back?
All right, switch. Right, here.
work on adaptation without involving communities. I think that is integrated. Those of us that have been working for lives, actually was one of my first bosses in the region when I moved to Asia. I think since the beginning of adaptation work, everybody's recognized that you cannot work without community. It's like, it's not adaptation, it's not designed by community or by local people. So there's a tension almost between the needs of community and the very sort of standardization approach of finance, right? So we maybe operate between the two, but I'd say that's kind of getting you thinking a little bit more about how we could more accurately bring in the community voices into the finance discussion. But I mean, so when we were designing the bond framework, for example, it was about creating a housing, like a loan mechanism, which would be accessible to urban poor. And it was creating incentives and rules, which meant that the housing market would incentivize to create more lower value homes that were also climate resilient. So it involved about some rules coming at a different direction. Another example is we did a debt for nature swap, so where we restructure the debt of a country, and then based on that restructuring, the savings that a country makes from restructuring debt were then channeled into and those funds are managed directly by the people who are living there, who run and manage that biodiversification. So the benefits of the people who are then paying receipts of those funds are even if they were maybe not involved in the design of the get-go, because it is a very technical financial process, right? Where the ministries and banks restructuring debt is kind of complex. But the end result is beneficial for the community. I think so much more can be done. So much more in that regard.
Talk about something scaling the implementation. So, taking into account the countries that we operate in, the governments of the but all of them will have some challenges to move from NAP formulation to large-scale implementation. And how the organization will support countries, especially through the sovereign lending. Because you mentioned the issue related to lending, financing, and also technical assistance to those countries for them able to scale the investment, especially in minority specifically in the context of Asia, on the infrastructure settlement, because they are more affected by calamity.
So on the first point, as I mentioned during the panel meetings, now we're shifting the discussion towards institutions within government rather than just plans. So plans are all very well and good, but often they just sit on a shelf, right? They just sit on someone's website, they get launched, everybody claps, and often they're not used, right? So we're working with GCF, with other donors to try and make sure that the plans are institutionalized. But again, the processes to do that are quite complicated and involve further support, and I think it's about having the right discussions between the ministries, often within finance and within environment. To maybe give an example, I mentioned the Climate Finance Unit, so that is an entity within the Ministry of Finance, but which will coordinate and create a staffing mechanism for climate finance across government, and they will draw upon housing, environment, agriculture, all of those different sectors, and ensure that they are budgeting structure. So the methodology for prioritizing the project.
All right, sorry, we have to switch.
And then the second question, scaling.
All right, sorry, but we have to switch, otherwise.
Thank you.
This Someone 1 minute. sorry, it's time we have to stop now. May I invite panelists to come back on the podium? Ahmed, can I ask your group to wind up? Thank you, everyone. Sorry to rush you, but I think we needed to finish on time and give an opportunity for you to talk to all the three panelists. And I think it sounded like there was a lot of interesting discussions going on. So moving along, I would like to now invite our panelists to maybe report back within 3 minutes on your key takeaways from the discussions. Maybe we'll start down the table, starting with Nick.
All right. I'm going to keep it short because I think everybody's probably pretty tired. First of all, thank you. It's very humbling for me to be in this group and to receive these questions and for me to sort of get my head around what you are all asking. And I was really surprised that the focus in each of the groups was really about how funding can touch the local level and be accountable to the community level or the indigenous groups of any given country. I mean, so as I mentioned in each group, as GGI, we are not a donor, we are not a funding agency, we help my colleagues on the stage spend their money, and we catalyze and try to leverage and amplify and blend different sources of funding for the benefit and at the request of the governments that we support. So we typically, as I said, sit in ministries of finance, ministries of environment. So it's true that the discussion around the involvement of the community level or the local level is often a delicate one. In some countries it is very easy, the norms are in place, the civil society groups are extremely strong, and we do not have to sort of gently suggest to them that they do not have the right gender balance, they do not have the right ethnic representation of minority groups from a country or indigenous peoples in the room. Having said that, it is often, and this is, cards on the table, we are not able to impose this as a development partner from the outside. But I think there is momentum and there is best practice behind us in the adaptation space, which says that you cannot have adaptation without community involvement. It is a no-brainer. Hopefully it does not exist anymore, because then the risks of maladaptation are too high. And I think, I think in terms of accountability, I think there's also made me really think about the layering of the different safeguarding mechanisms that we maybe have between our institutions and how we maybe do not harmonize them. We usually, often in GGI, we have our own mechanisms. We have those of our donors. If we're working with GCF, we use the GCFs. If we're working with the Asian Development Bank, we'll use theirs. We'll use the World Banks. So I think it is possible that some of these considerations may fall through the cracks as we are implementing projects. But I actually don't have an answer to that in this forum at the moment, but I would like to say that I am personally, as I look to the implementation of adaptation and resilience projects from within GGGI, personally extremely mindful that we are not practicing adaptation projects that do not involve community and indigenous peoples. Beyond that pledge, I cannot guarantee anything else, unfortunately. But again, we are here to work with you, so please come and see me. As I said, we work in 55 different countries. We are treaty-based. It does not cost you any money. And we just ask for a chair and a desk to sit within your ministries and to help you generate as much climate finance, or in my case, adaptation finance, as possible. And for that, and then also to help you design ways in which to bring that finance to the right places in your countries. I'll stop there. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Nick. Achala?
Thank you. Tinley, I'm going to categorize the questions that I've received without going by question. One was on access, access by vulnerable groups such as indigenous peoples communities, and the other one was access directly by countries. The second one on compliance, once a project is approved, beneficiaries listed in a project doesn't just stay on paper, and that they are really involved. And the third one is on results framework, particularly how we link our work to global goal on adaptation and the indicators, GGA indicators. And the fifth one was on information. So on access, we had, let me focus on indigenous peoples first. We had the first ever global conference with indigenous peoples 2 weeks ago in Songdo that GCF brought in indigenous peoples groups, including our indigenous peoples advisory group. GCF is the only global fund that has such dedicated advisory group, and we also do have a very strong indigenous peoples policy. Now the discussion was on how do we go beyond policy to really give access to indigenous peoples groups. And I informed the team who asked the question that we are developing an approach, a dedicated approach to support indigenous peoples communities through a dedicated funding window. This is a proposal that's going to come to our board very soon. As I mentioned, we are receiving guidance from the Indigenous Peoples Advisory Group, and we are also proposing to our board to update the country ownership guidelines, which also include the no objection procedure, because one barrier that the indigenous peoples communities face is getting that no objection letter from the government. So there is a proposal also to amend this one to help indigenous peoples groups to benefit from GCF directly. The other access-related question was on the accreditation reforms that we have finalized recently. Our board has approved, and we have now committed to accrediting an entity, finalizing the assessment of an entity from full proposal to bringing to the board within 9 months. This is now going down. Previous accreditation for some entities took 6 years or more. And we have committed to do the assessment within 9 months. I am not saying accreditation within 9 months because it's a board decision. It's not the GCF Secretariat's decision. We will do the assessments within 9 months. And we are also focusing on prioritizing those nearly 100 countries that do not have a single direct access entity accredited with the GCF. So those countries that are LDCs, that are small island developing states, that are countries in Africa, and other countries who do not have a single direct access entity accredited, we will prioritize those and bring to the board as soon as possible. And that's the access question. The second one was on compliance. Once a project is approved, communities, those beneficiaries that are mentioned in a project really do not know what's happening with that project. The accredited entity does not share information, etc. So again, we are changing the guidelines to make sure that the consultation and engagement and that decision-making process is really meaningful, from planning to prioritization, but also down to the implementation, learning, monitoring, evaluation, and learning process. So across the GCF business cycle, we are making it mandatory for the entities to consult and engage meaningfully with those communities. And the reports that the entities will submit to the GCF, because currently the accountability is for the accredited entity is only to report to the GCF Secretariat, not to the country, not to those communities. So we are changing that accountability also to the extent possible, make the information publicly available in the GCF website so that the countries or the communities are aware. This is again another proposal to the board. This has not been approved yet, but it is there. And we also have a recently approved monitoring and accountability framework that has changed quite massively in terms of the reporting side. Results and how do we align with the GGA indicators, that I thought was a very good question. We have recently we got the harmonized results framework adopted by the board recently for bigger projects. I mentioned that we have committed $20.3 billion in terms of GCF finance that goes beyond readiness, and all these projects are to be reported under the harmonized results framework. And we have kept intentionally these results frameworks flexible so that the countries and the entities can intentionally align with the GGA indicators when they bring the projects. And readiness program, the new strategy is to come to the board from next year. So we will look into GGA indicators quite closely to see how the new readiness program that is to be implemented from 2028 is intentionally aligned with the GGA indicators. And the last question was on information at country level. Some of the colleagues were saying the government entity that is responsible, or just the focal entity with the GCF, is not sharing information with the other ministries, but this is more of a country matter. But what we do have is all the information related to approved projects, including readiness projects and other projects, the focal point information on GCF website for the colleagues to find information on. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Achala. So without much further ado, Kate.
Sure. So I think I received very similar questions around access, local led solutions, integration of Indigenous knowledge. So rather than repeat the questions, I might go through 4 ways that I think ADB is trying to address it. So firstly, I think it's in terms of identifying specific projects or programs that can address this problem. So traditionally, multilateral development banks lend to governments for large infrastructure. That's what we were established for. So to lend to small local organizations for local projects is not the architecture of how an MDB was set up. But that doesn't mean we can't do it. So my colleague Argo, who's not here, he established a specific program called the Community Resilience Partnership Program, which is targeting locally led adaptation solutions, working with local organizations to identify that. And that's a very active program. It has an annual forum. And it's really a good example of trying to establish a program with that intent or design. One of the other ways ADB can do it is through financial intermediary lending. So that means we lend to a national development bank or a national organization that can then on-lend to other organizations. So that also helps for example, if there's small private sector players in the agriculture sector that wouldn't be large enough to access ADB finance themselves, we can lend to the national. So for example, in the Philippines, we have a program with AgriBank in the agriculture sector that's then on lending to small agricultural producers in regions in the Philippines. The second is about how we increase the number of programs and the way projects are designed to specifically address climate. Traditionally as well, we had projects that were on the ADB pipeline and then you try to add climate to them, but that's never an effective way to maximize climate outcomes. So specifically within adaptation, there's a typology of projects, and type 2 projects in ADB, those that are specifically designed with adaptation as an intent or an objective of the project. And particularly type 2B projects, which is kind of the highest grade of adaptation projects, they have a requirement, first of all, to include a systems level climate risk assessment, and also to have a comprehensive identification of beneficiaries of the project and a consultation process. And so by setting that standard there, then that's part of the project design. The question then comes of what's the motivation for more of those types of projects. But that's where ADB has a specific adaptation investment target. And so the pressure to deliver on that target goes on to the regional managers, which then will flow to more of those types of projects coming. The third is on systems. So what systems do we have in place to support? We have a new environmental social framework that came in the 1st of January. That's a board-approved policy, which means accountability sits with the board. And associated with that is an accountability mechanism, which is a mechanism for those to engage with ADB where they think there's been a breach of the safeguards. And so the new safeguards framework is much expanded and was developed with 2 years of a lot of consultation. So I would encourage you. And then lastly, on systems, we have been doing a lot of work with the other multilateral development banks on trying to streamline processes, because I know that that's also difficult. So for example, we now have a mutual reliance framework with the World Bank, which means that if they do a due diligence and a safeguards in that process, we can trust that process. So if they are in a country and they're going to lend for a health sector program and they do all the process, we can come in with the second tranche of financing without repeating any of those processes. And then a separate question I got that hasn't been mentioned was on multi-country programs, which was also a really interesting question, because I think a lot of climate issues are systems-based, right? They're not defined by country borders. So this is also an area that ADB is increasingly trying to do. We just had a program approved by GCF, the Glaciers to Farm program, which is across 9 countries, I think, in the Central Asia region. And it's looking at the issue of water, food security, agricultural systems from glaciers to farms across the region, including transboundary risk assessments and things like that. So I think in the interest of time, I will stop. Thank you.
Thank you, Kate. So that concludes the last session for the day. And again, a round of applause for our panelists for taking this time, and also to all our participants. I think it's accurate to say I think there was a learning experience both ways. I think the participants were very active also, and I think it's a little different mix from the usual, I think, participants our panelists have interacted with. And I think the information they shared based on the different organizations' mandates and their strengths in terms of how we access financing and support to take adaptation forward was a good learning experience. And 2 more things I wanted to share. The NAP Expo will continue on Saturday at 2 p.m. in the same room. And the first session that day will be on the last mile execution. So I guess reaching out to sort of the community at the lowest level. So this would be an interesting session for, I think, the participants as well. And then after that, it goes into the monitoring evaluation system, so indicators. So how do we actually measure actions take forward? So please attend on Saturday. The NAP Expo continues here. And there was a QR code for materials from the presentation, so if you haven't downloaded, it's available. And I would say also look at the updated technical guidelines for the National Adaptation Plan, so how the different principles, the updated new information from the targets, indicators is to be integrated and taken forward, including inclusive participation is one of the key principles in the NAP process. So be informed about it. All the materials are available online. And once again, thank you everyone on behalf of the LEG. Thank you for participating and hope to see you on Saturday. Thank you everyone.